Good morning. Hmm. Why the... I don't care if I can start the audio on Discord. There we go. Boom. What's up, everyone? Oh, look, I didn't miss anything. I was up till like 4:30 in the morning writing TD. And my alarm went off this morning at 8, and I was like, you know what? I don't think so. GoEV's looking okay so far. Okay. Yeah, it is. I got a bunch of bulletins about BNED from IBKR. Is there anything worth reading, or should I just go ahead and ignore them? Do whatever you want, man. You know GME is going to rip when Gherkin is late to the stream. It didn't work. Are these BNET WB shares? You can buy... Those are probably your like placeholder for the shares you're going to be offered at 5 cents a share. Are we able to rip past weekly GM on SPX today? It's going to be hard. Not going to lie. But yes, we can. We could even move above VN. Just staying above them that's difficult. Quite difficult. I don't think Discord's working. Looks like it is. Maybe stuck here at GMVM all day, just bouncing off it. Gex looks bullish, but... Yes. I mean, we've done this before. We did this from like Jan to March, right? Nothing to suggest we pull back towards 5,300. Not right now. We had kind of a sharp drop a little bit earlier, although Delta stayed positive through it. As we push higher, the market maker will go longer Vana. And if that Vana flips positive, the market maker will sell everything. Kirk, you weren't late enough. Hey, Bedhead, what's up, man? GoEV doing some green boys. Yeah, it is. Why do I feel like the market's going to do this all year? Would Taiwan getting invaded even do anything? Are you going to invade them? If you need realistic PBOC outfits, or people's PRA, yeah, they have them on Amazon. If you could stand on top of TSM with a Chinese flag and wave it around, that would be fantastic. I'm gonna get some GME exposure for the memes. I have some, yeah. Although my current exposure is bullish, and that might change. some reason I'm only being offered half my shares on BNAD. Huh. I think each of those can be exercised for a certain number of shares, kind of like a warrant. And I think each of them can be exercised for a number greater than one. Thanks, man. I have a lot of respect for me, too. Any update to the positioning this morning? Did I miss that from earlier? Doesn't look like much has changed. I guess no one cared about the data. Goolsby's optimistic, so, that's great. Japan's economy is going into the toilet. Williams doesn't see a need to raise rates. Housing starts are way down, which I actually don't think is bullish at all, but here we are. I guess starts are up, but permits are down, so those are kind of canceling each other out. Philly Fed looks pretty meh. Industrial capacity and utilization also kind of looks like it's topping out. Hey, Barkin had a hot take. CPI is not where the Fed is trying to get it. Right? I mean, look at him. Controversial. Should be careful saying stuff like that. When moving occurs on Squeezy Boys through the options chain, is it predominantly routed through the Philly exchange? I always wondered. Yeah, we spent a lot of time jerking off over the Philly exchange time and sales tape, but ultimately, who cares? 3% is the new normal. Yeah, we're only 5% or 0.5% above that. Even if 3% was the target, we're still not on track. Should I short this? I should. Let's do this one. I probably should have looked at the rest of the data before I did that, but nah. Looks like you got a decent amount of calls up to 25.30. A little bit beyond that, 35.40 as well. But some resistance here at 25 and 20. What did I do to become so popular with you on Discord? Wow, 6 friend requests you sent me, and definitely not going to ask for money for a super private trade group. Thanks, Kirk. Just a reminder to anybody new to the Discord or anybody hoping we could take our parasocial relationship to the next level. I'm not friend requesting any of you. Those Gherks are not me. They're clones created by Kenneth Griffin. Have you looked at Cat yet? Yeah, I did. It looks like I'm gonna get a better entry, which is dope. To be fair, it's not entirely Cat's fault. The sector is just doing kind of shitty today. Well, hear me out. What if we just changed the methodology for the calculation? Tell me more. What's going to be the opposite of going down as far as interest rates are concerned? Wait, is going up the opposite of going down? Yes. Have you graduated to straight shorting stocks instead of going short through puts? Stocks are just fractional puts. Why does Vana flip for the MM today? I want to know when the MM sells off. It doesn't work that way, but we'll see. Do you expect another run from obligations this week, similar to March 21st? If so, how do you calculate when it would begin? On what? I was trying to explain the inflation data to my sister. After 15 minutes, she still couldn't understand. Some of us are built different, I guess. Did you explain the difference between positive and negative numbers to her? Fake Gherk loves me, though. But does he? So I'm actually ridiculously bullish on Cat. Interesting. Maybe I'll stay out of it. Hmm. Somehow GME made it back to your screen. I knew you would come back, Father. May the Force be with you. It's only for evil reasons, though, right? I just want to laugh at everybody when it goes back to $10. Costco broke 800. Time for Kirkland sweatpants. Ooh. So fractional puts, same like shares. Yes. Okay, but do you have the Vana flip? That's not a thing. How old is your sister? I don't know. 20 something? I made a fake Gherk account, add me, and I thought I was getting banned. So I started apologizing since I showed my hand the first time. The fake Gherk tried to use the ban thread to get me to click on a link. And then what happened after you clicked the link? Beyond pretty much done, you think? It had a good run. It very well could be, yeah. It's not making my penis hard anymore, so, yeah, I take that pretty seriously. What's your timeline for the AMD Pickles Pick write-up from last night? You know there was an expiration on those options, right? Speaking of hard things, can you check the DMs? You didn't send me one. Are you trying to... Oh. Hold on. I need to look at this more closely. Now, Dick butt. Oh, okay. Well, that's rude. I showed up late to my own quinceañera. You did. It's okay. Oh no. I forgot to close my short. Hope it goes down again. Awkward. This is what I'm gonna do. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Dork would prefer some Latino Fed representation. I see. Fake Greg put out fake pickles pics? No. It better be okay. You don't get upset the birthday girl at her quinceanera. It's your night, honey. It was Dork's birthday last Friday, but he was too drunk to function. Based on the volume on Beyond and historical runs, it looks like they need more volume to get off Reg Show by at least 30 to 40 million. Yeah, but they could just bleed that out over the next 20 days, right? Dirk will be doing the choreographed dance at the Pigeon Wells at 11, as is customary. Then Gherkin will give away his daughter as she becomes a woman. Dork, what is your speech about Dork? I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. Would you sell calls and also buy puts on GME? I'm thinking about things. Ooh. Quite worth it. It was so overpriced. Hmm. We'll see. I've considered joining for Pickles Picks, but I have no idea what it is really. You should have some winners, pay success stories to pull people like me on the fence. Oh, I don't know. Someone tell him good things or bad things. I have bad news. Tell him both. Give him the good and the bad. Dole, yeah, Dole is dope. Good things, perfect. Don't worry, I have a wireless mic that's being pumped at max volume through a speaker right by your head. Gherkin, bad news. My $30 Robinhood port is down to $8. Oh no. Yeah, I'm an AMD. I know it's running. Activision? Oh my god, that's so old. That was awesome. Many cap plays. Dirk's ES levels have helped me pay off my house, and I'm in the extreme of the intelligence bell-shaped curve. You don't understand that that's an advantage, Nick. Also, you're not properly calculating skew for your position in the spectrum. You should make like a Hermatian matrix where of the bell curve and the autism spectrum. And then you could really pinpoint it. Yeah, I see what SPX is doing. Not what I want it to do. Pickles Picks is honestly the best, though. Thank you. I always enter Pickles Picks without reading the price target or risk. Just jump straight into Gherk's positions and ignore his plan. Buy your own worst version. Awesome. I have an engineering degree and still can't be profitable. Maybe I need to trade more dumb. Maybe. I've made less money than I've made. The whole market gamma squeeze going. No, nothing's squeezing. We're done with the squeezing. We did all that. There wasn't that much of it, to be honest. I was asking if expecting another run from shorting this week on Jimmy, similar to March 2021. If so, how to calculate when it would start? Thanks. Oh, it's not even that heavily shorted yet. We're quite a ways away from that. If anything, we're probably going to see the price bleed down really slowly in a non-spectacular way over several days or weeks. While people on Reddit continue to buy out of the money calls. No more Roaring Kitty tweets. He's out. FFIE squeezed a bit. Yeah, some of you guys are really into that. That would be really fun if that was his exit. He's still tweeting and he's been tweeting. Oh, okay. GF's been tweeting all morning. Have you refreshed your Twitter? GFE is getting silenced on Twitter. The new post is live, but the link is not showing on his profile. Oh, okay. Maybe it's just because millions of people are trying to refresh and look at it at the same time. I know, crazy, but possible. Okay, that's fine. Regarding the AMD pickle stick, it's basically two separate spreads combo. One is bull put, other's bear put. No, it's an in the money bear put spread. Well, okay, yeah, sure. You can look at it like that. It's called a skip strike butterfly. It's really good when you have specific price targets, and you're not entirely sure of the time to realization, but they can be very profitable right off the bat while remaining moderately hedged to the downside, and they don't tie up a lot of capital because they're usually established at a net credit. Millions, I'm pretty sure there are less people that care about Roaring Kitty than Superstock thinks. That might be true. Every time someone says DFE, I chuckle because I picture the people who listen to him being the majority of good faith violations brokers get. It's the little things. It's true. It is. Skip Strike Butterfly is also the name of my signature bedroom move. Ooh. Never mind, that tweet really was 18 minutes delayed loading. Okay. It was still likely capped out on upside at 53.25 to 53.30. Yeah, that's probably about as far as we can go. Still, I mean, it could change, but we haven't gotten that much upside interest yet so far today. Is sold put still in place on Beyond? Sorry if you covered it already. Oh shit, that's what I forgot to do last night. Duh. See, what I don't like is that gamma neutral and gamma max on Beyond moved up. Hold on. Where the fuck is that channel? Oh, there it is. I'll throw the gamma in there too. Give me a second. Yeah, so still actually a decent number of short calls to the downside, or short puts to the downside. Some of the $9 calls pulled back. There you go, guys. Beyond is the Beyond run we saw this week cyclical in nature, such that we could see another run next ETF settlement period. Possibly, depending on the number of FTDs. Is SLD still in hibernation, or did the recent margin haircuts make it relevant again? SLD, well, we had a big SLD in April, quite a large one. But when we're above gamma neutral, right, when we're a positive gamma environment, the is going to absorb most of the selling. Also, margin requirements are lighter, right? Everyone's short volatility. All of that vol shorting is currently out of the money, not in the money. And so they're not going to need to sell off as many assets. Additionally, yields are down over since yesterday, right? So margin leverage is up. We will stop giving me GFEs. I think someone over there likes me. or you've just created so many violations that they've restricted your account so you can't get them anymore. I confirm, can't see the latest tweet, but I can see it via others retweeting it. Kenny's paying off Elon. That must be what it is. Someone sent me something this morning that really made my day. It was Houston Wade trying to explain the Vegas squeeze write-up I did to his audience. How much time do you think DFE has spent in editing to make sure he doesn't accidentally include a purple circle somewhere? I mean, he's a multi-millionaire, right? Yeah, I'm sure he could just hire someone to make these for him. Either that or he just spent the last 3 years in like Lightroom and, Sony Vega trying to get just non-stop editing videos, which is possible. He is slightly autistic. Elon's one of the richest people in the world and still spends all his time posting on Twitter. Yeah, but the difference is Elon wants everyone to love him and nobody does. Everyone already loves DFE and he can't get rid of them. We need to change autism to autism because everyone's got a little bit. Oh, I highly doubt it, Sage. And Ackman wants everyone to notice him, and nobody does. It's also true. Is Matt Kors the worst finfluencer out there? I mean, he is a complete moron. Like, he has all of the pieces. Does Riley have any potential in the near to medium term, or is it just risky nonsense? I don't know. I haven't been paying a lot of attention to it. It looks like they're shorting the fuck out of it and the dividends coming up. Hmm. 22. We're gonna ever run into resistance here? Fucking piece of shit. Let's see. I don't like breaking above 20. A lot of out of the money call buying. God damn it. Lots of charm. Lots of Delta being bought. Very supportive. Oh, it's going to be a boring day. Although they're not crushing Vol super hard. Hey, Beyond's moving back above VWAP. Boop. Good morning, ornate pigeon. I'm confused as to what changed. Bulls were struggling to grind up SVX, and they got a bunch of bad data, and now they seem to be doing it with ease. It's also the level we're at. Above 300, there's a lot of sold calls in the money, which are providing positive charm on the move up. So that's helping things out a bit. Also, their margin constraints eased a bit with yields falling yesterday, and on the 20 and 30 year, even more today. So correlation's kind of bottoming out though, and the carry trade is starting to lever up again. I think Japan did a little bit of FX interference last night on the GDP print. How would you rather buy VIX puts or SVIX calls? I don't know. I'd have to look at how SVIX calls are priced. I definitely want to be buying VIX puts with VIX at 12. Oh, there's the 25 test. Alright, so we're just above Vega neutral on the weekly contracts. It's getting a little spike in volatility there. Might start to lose a little bit of momentum here on the test. Maybe. Maybe. Ah, fuck you, Beyond. That's not good. Hmm. Hold on 1 second. That doesn't work. DRS harder. Huge plays on AMD. Great call. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, it's going pretty good today. Pretty happy with it. It's already up 3%. 3.5%. Yeah. Do you think there's any chance GoEV breaks $3 today? Probably not. That fucking that wall of sold calls is rough. Although nice little return back to 280. Since I entered AMD a bit late, I was moving the 160p to 165. A smart move. It trimmed a tiny bit off the max profit, but reduced the loss potential almost as much. Yeah, I'm aware of how skip strike butterflies work. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, mine is based on my own personal risk and where I think I can get max profit with the least amount of risk, right? So obviously you should tune those yourself for your own portfolio, because I couldn't make the position customized for 1,000 different people. I don't think I've ever seen more headlines talking about Fed rate cuts than I have in the last 3 days. It's insane how all of the opinions are for cuts, not a single case for higher for longer. It's actually bullshit. DFU watches the stream. He just posted a Goosebumps meme. That's awesome. Okay, he definitely does, because no one's talking about fucking Goosebumps. What's your price target for AMD? My initial price target for AMD is written in the fucking Discord. What are your thoughts on Roaring Kitty's constant shitposting? It feels odd to me. I don't know. He's made a lot of videos over the last 3 years. You'd only need to customize it for about 10 people. The other 990 are all bots. Yeah, but those bots work for major hedge funds. And you don't want people losing their retirements. Do you believe your risk tolerance is higher or lower than the average person? Probably much lower. It just seems high because people are poor. I think I know what DFV's doing. He's exercising in the money. All the in the money calls are sold. Already up 5% in 2 weeks with no pullback. Yep. I think I know what DFV is doing. Am I the only one who's finding the sudden DFV posts suspicious? Like stolen accounts suspicious? Yes, you are. Gherkin Dow up, but Cat not grinding up. Yeah, Cat's sector is not doing great today, but it's fine. It's a deep cut one, too. Gherk's love of Val Kilmer was discussed a long while ago. If I ever come to New York, could I get a tour through the Gherk Manor? Hmm. Hmm. No. 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 We'll have to wait until end of June to know if meme cycles are a thing again, right? June or August. I mean, we should be able to tell based on how much options interest remains on the chain after GME falls back below Gamma Max, right? Did you enter cat? The one DTE call looks risky. I didn't because I woke up super late, but I probably will before the end of today. Why is there a buyer there? Go away. Hmm. Why are we getting some short calls around here, right? A little bit. But are we gonna squeeze them? Hmm. Curious. Hmm. This 20 should just not be that supportive. Brock the Rock, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades to this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Yeah, GoEV is bumping up a little bit. What should be priced to? Why does the GME price drop when your viewership drops? It's a good way of telling how many people are still long, right? Tesla to 180 or 170 first. Good question. Still chopping, hasn't fallen below risk yet. I still wouldn't want to short it. I mean, it did like just briefly at market open, but I wouldn't want to short it till it fallen below 172. It's still very much stuck between the slightly bullish position and the larger bearish position. Hmm. Ooh. Yeah. Squeeze those short puts. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Are we long Vega? Excuse me? Careful with these. Remember, they can reverse very quickly. Let's on an OPEX event, potential for Jamie Vups next week. Oh, it's like next to nothing. Yeah. Jamie's very, very liquid right now. Anything that would have come post OPEX is already blown off. Jamie falling below the sold calls at 30 is not a great look. Is this going to continue to fail? Bulls are kind of trying to push back against this. Okay, I think this might have been a good. What if oh, that's the stop. Precipitous price action on GME hurts. Yeah, it sucks. Oh, there they go. What the heck is DFE doing? If he sold his calls and made his money, why is he still posting hype bait? I don't know, because he got more videos to post. Do you have Greeks for cat? I think I posted them with the post. Didn't I? I did. If you could only trade for the first and last hour of the day due to work time zone, what longer term strategies would you use? Ooh, that's tough. Good question. Like, how long a time frame are you looking at? Like, are you thinking like short puts, 30, 45 DTE kind of thing? Like, just check a couple times a day and manage accordingly, or are you thinking something with more turnover than that? If I was a millionaire with a gag order for 3 years, I'd be posting pumped up memes too. No one knows he has a gag order. There's zero evidence of that. If DFE actually just an advertisement for Twitter, I have a pretty good strategy for longer term holdings. If you can't actively manage, buy, hold, DRS. You've never bought, held, or DRS'd anything. Ooh, teasing me. What are the bulls doing here? Too many in the money calls selling off. Delta's still positive, but it's weakening. I like that. Where's our V? They should be Ving the fuck out of this right now. Every advantage in the world. Isn't this silence based on legal trouble? No one has any idea. I have calls on BNet. I would like to hear 3 to 6 months expectation. If none, then no big deal. Well, I mean, it's going to reverse split. So are you going to exercise those calls? Because, oof. If you don't. I mean, they're just going to be like 1 share each, but I know his play. He's got commodity options on 10. Got to get SS to go full conspiracy theory so he can print. You don't need to do a lot to make SS go full conspiracy theory. fucking OBS was just shit in the bed. And it kept crashing. I don't know. Maybe YouTube ingest fucked up or something. It had nothing to do with like starting a stream or anything. OBS just kept crashing. I think GME pushes back to 33. It's gonna need a hell of a push. I'd like it if it did, but it's really gonna need a big influx of interest. Should be able to push a higher high off this. Alright, well, we tried. That was fun. We had to play the down and the up. The V again, yeah. Could do that all day. I made 40K off GME this week. Nice. Very nice. I love seesawing with you, Glip Glop. Thanks, man. I missed all of yesterday. What happened with CPI? And did bulls pop a PP pill? Are they able to keep this market up for a while until maybe June FOMC or May PPI, CPI? I'm thinking like PCE minutes or the next FOMC meeting are going to be the big potential turning points. The scriptwriters have declared that 53.25 be the top for the day. That's very possible. With this much shortfall on the chain, yeah, and it's not unreasonable to think that they would have a difficult time getting the price much higher. Yeah. Yep, Delta. This one's a little weird. This is just calls taking profit this time. Like everyone loaded the V and then fucking dumped it. At least I got out at the top. I should have sent you information on the like shareholder meeting. I still can't believe they full ported short vol, so correlation shot right back up in 2 weeks. That's the dispersion, not just short vol, right? That's all short vol and long vol in the underlying. How frequently are dark pools used by shorts to gobble up bullish moves? I think I think you're understanding how dark pools work. Dark pools are not super liquid, right? The point of a dark pool is to take an order and push it out at a time when it's going to cause a large order, and push it out at a time when it's going to cause the least impact to the underlying price, right? Um, yeah. No, they're not like a high frequency trade tool. AMD is going crazy. I know. That's why I went long AMD today. Well, last night, but more today. Would you believe if I told you I had AMD 2X 162.50 C this morning? I sold for a measly $100 profit. Skittish. Red, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, dude. What do you think will make the Fed reevaluate their approach? They've been obstinate so far and continue to try to put a positive spin on the data. I don't think they have any intention of reevaluating their approach, right? They want that positive spin to stay in place to keep financial conditions from tightening too much. Could cat fall hard if it breaks 353. I'm not so worried about 353. I haven't entered it, by the way. I should probably be watching it a little more carefully. But I would say that it could probably pull back. Hmm. I would look to 350 for support. Cat's having a really rough day, actually, which is surprising because the options chain is quite built up. I want to look at something. If this is just more short calls piling in at 60, it could be. AJ went long cat, but not AMD. Oh, great. Hmm. More downs? Possibly, yeah. A little bit of a... That's a bit strange. Still having some connection issues, I think. Discord audio for me is every other syllable. I think it's YouTube. Well, not if it's also Discord audio. But still being sold on Beyond. I have a feeling it's coming off Reg Show tonight or tomorrow. They are still being sold on Beyond. I'm not sure that your feelings are valid in any way. YouTube's working fine? Okay. It's weird. Okay, so... Don't really need to worry about cat unless it gets under 346. 353 might be slightly important. A really bad connection to the stream earlier. Oh, that's weird. Stream connection's been real hit or miss for me, unless I watch it 240p. Oh yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe I just need to reset my router or something. Grow a pair of bears. Yeah, so losing 353 wouldn't be great on cat. But if it does, that might open up an entry down at like 340. Give me your fast rundown of the BNet offering. They're going to release 900 million shares at 5 cents a piece, and then they're going to reverse split the stock 100 to 1. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to go reset my router. I'll have the stream back up and running in a few minutes. Are we back up and running? Cool. That should fix all the problems, I hope. Just got some like weird DNS errors. Thank you so much, Tenderized Lions. Did you have any more questions about that, or? It's pretty simple. Alright, let's see how we're doing on ES. It's kind of a weird failure. Running into a bit of resistance here. Maybe even a little more so on the longer time frames. Maybe we need a little pullback so people can reload the boat. Discord's still muted? Oh shit, there we go. I joined the stage, but I forgot to unmute. When does CAP become a long-term holder stock, or is it not a long-term hold? I mean, you could. I just don't think it's worth it at these prices. CAP's trading at like a forward PE of like 16, which isn't that crazy, right? But because of its volatility, you could generally get it a lot cheaper. Like 330 probably wouldn't have been so bad. However, like if you look out on the longer term, you know, it's starting to look a bit more distributive. I would probably wait until we see a more significant correction before going long. Like buy and hold long. Barrick finna break out finally. It's been looking pretty good for the last couple of days. Gold's retreating a bit today, though. That'll have some effect. We did get the 2400 test, however. I think so too. Dividend yield is quite nice though. I feel like under 300 would be a buy signal. Or a signal that you absolutely don't want to touch it, right? Yeah, cat's tricky. I don't know. Like if it fell back to the lower long-term trends, like out here, maybe that would be a buy signal, but that's under 300. And then you gotta kind of ask yourself, if it's going down that hard, is it gonna keep going down? Have you added to AMD? I bought a couple 0 DTs after it ran 2%. Ooh, this looks bearish as fuck. Delta's really falling off hard. Bulls are gonna need to step up their game. Hmm. That's the issue. It seems volatile, but over the long term, it's got up consistently. Yeah, I mean, cover calls on it are fucking amazing too, right? But like, you've really gotta be patient with an entry because because of the volatility, the discounts offered on entries can be substantial. Fucking morons on Reddit. Jesus Christ. So I did the write-up last night, right? And the top post is this complete fucking moron who quotes, "Greeks are still irrelevant, Gherk. I do get a lot of insight from Gherk when things are behaving normally, but these are highly irrational times. For the next few weeks, I'll be paying more attention to the cat than the pickle." This is the most upvoted comment. Just a blatant appeal to ignorance. This guy's saying, "I'm going to ignore the data being presented to me, and I'm going to watch GIFs on fucking Twitter." I don't know why I try. Why do I don't like I extend the olive branch every time. I'm like, "Okay, fine. Here's your data." Do with it what you will. And every time you just get shit all over. If you enter GME, it's literally the only two reasons right now: to gamble or feel 2021 nostalgia. That includes the pain from 2021. Just don't do that part. It's easy, right? There's no reason to go long GME if it's if it's under $40 at all. I don't care what DFE says. As long as we stay under $40, this fucker is not going anywhere except down. Can you look at Barrick? Why? Because you're over leveraged? That's not a good, valid reason. If you don't have haters, you're doing something wrong. Maybe. My problem is such a large number of people agree with that mindset. Like, oh man, that data doesn't look bullish. I'm gonna ignore it. This is why everybody's been holding GME underwater for 3 fucking years, praying for a day that they could exit their position at a profit. The day's here and all they want to do is buy more at the top. Gherkin, they're regarded. Some of them are 3 ports down. Some of them are. I exited, but I just re-entered. Don't judge me. I'm judging you harshly. That guy who keeps posting on the subreddit hasn't exited his calls. Don't they expire tomorrow? Peak regarded? So you just threw away $500,000? That's some peak 2021 shit. Are my 1 DTE 57C gonna prompt on GME? No. Do you think DMV is trying to tell everyone? Any thoughts? I don't know. I'm not gonna analyze his fucking gifts. Some of them are kind of funny. That's it. Maybe he's just shit posting on Twitter. Have you thought about that? Like, I mean, frankly, there's not anything important to say about GME every 30 minutes, right? So you have to assume that at least half of those are just shit posting. There's no Bobby Hope from his tweets. Bobby is a dead company. It's bankrupt. The shares have been extinguished. You have no ownership. It does not exist. Ceased to be. Gone. Terminated. You're rooting for a company that not only doesn't exist, but you don't own any of. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you think there'll be a better opportunity to sell calls in near? What do you mean? You don't get Bobby 20% off coupons in the mail every week. Why couldn't everyone have just sold Bobby when it was fucking up and Cohen bailed? Because there's an entire community of actual morons that follow around an Uber driver, a fake lawyer, and a dipshit on YouTube who tell them over and over again that it's real and they're going to get money out of it. The thing they don't own is going to make them all millionaires. And Pulte, in the most narcissistic fashion, has infiltrated that community and set himself up as its primary parasite. Open your third eye, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. We are so back. I can't do another year of this shit. If memes are back, I don't know. I'm gonna retreat to the private Discord and just look at the SPX every day. It's too aggravating. It can't be good for me. This is your audience, Gherkin. Get used to it. I don't like the fame. Why can't Courtney Love blow my brains out? Too soon? PMG put their pickle in my jar. These people are regarded. There are just too many people who want to believe that GME is an actual movement for change and not a stock to make money on. Things changed. Yeah, it's neither of those things. That's what changed. If I rejected. Who's the Uber driver? Oh, that guy who's always trying to patent everyone else's shit and sue them. Actual word on the street is Bobby is relisting after combining with some up and coming makeup company for fast deliveries. They're calling it RevRQ for RE. Victory real quick. Oh man. Isn't Bipolar Bear Ubering and Popcorn a Somali lawyer? Oh my god. What is Roaring Kitty even trying to accomplish? Can we just call him DFE and stop calling him RK? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's trying to accomplish anything. He can be the best meme bunker pan patter you ever saw. Why is SCX up after the financial news this week? Could you elaborate a bit on that? Yeah, we could. Financial conditions loosened, and everyone is betting that the Fed is in fact going to cut rates again. That's the narrative that's working. And realistically, what they're looking at is the decay of the base effect on core CPI. So even though core CPI is going up more month over month, it looks like it's going down year over year, but it's not really, right? It simply went down in the past and is going up now. But it's okay. We're gonna use that to further loosen financial conditions, inflate the wealth bubble, and just ensure that we drive inflation as high as feasibly fucking possible. I told you this would happen. I mean, yeah, but TLT is not even up that much, right? You should have just gone long the 20-year bond. Then you would have had 20 years to make your decision. Aside from the FTD play on Beyond, do you see any bullish fundamentals for it? No, absolute piece of shit. Just memes. It's all memes all the way down. Some of it's just so unbelievable. It's like, how do you find people to buy into that line of bullshit? Maybe I'm like too ethical. I just don't understand how you can even put that out there. I hate this world. June CPI going to come in red hot until they change the calculations to exclude health insurance costs, food, gas, and everything except luxury yachts. Yeah, luxury yachts down year over year. They should just add luxury yachts to housing inflation. $20 years to get the same return I got in 2 weeks. I don't know what you're talking about. You know the bonds go up in value, right? Okay, Mr. I'm an institution. What? You're just pissy because my bonds are up 5%. Also 5% yield. How do they determine what to take out and add in? Is there a legit metric? For what? CPI? Oh, they just take out the things that went up in price. That way they can be like, look how great inflation is. If they use the old calculations for inflation that they used in the 80s, our inflation would be like above 20%. I haven't bought anything on Cat yet. I was still waiting. It opened below risk. You know, that's what that red line is, right? There's grifters in every space imaginable. Grifters are gonna grift. Although Pulte's up there with the most sickening grifters. Yeah. Dance for me, poor people. So I was watching the Inside Job last night. How so many people knew what was going on and how bad would it get? No one would do anything about it. And now feels like we're going there now, but worse. Yeah. Yeah. Because we're also compounding the prior problems that we never fixed. It's easy to have inflation go down when you pick the numbers. You're not rich enough, and hey, wait a minute. You're not allowed to waffle from your inane and completely unfounded accusations about Dave Grohl. I mean, I didn't say he wasn't involved. I just said he wasn't the trigger man. No one knows who the trigger man was. There were no fingerprints on the shotgun. I'm not talking about you, but to all the others, it's fine. We were all wrong about Jamie's long-term growth potential. Just admit you were wrong and move on. It's not hard. No, it has potential. That's not wrong. It's just not being realized because the current management is stupid. How many billions of dollars did Ryan Cohen miss out on by not just dumping shares all over the market the day before yesterday? Headed back to 5310, or are we just chopping sideways for the next while? There's support here. We've had support at 15 all day. If we lose 15, we could actually drop pretty hard, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen just yet. I will say Delta's been bleeding off a little bit, and this doesn't look particularly bullish yet. But that can change pretty rapidly if bulls start buying a decent amount of quantity. I'm gonna just take position or profits on the rest of this shit. Hmm. How long do you think it'll take AMD to hit your lower PT? I don't know. Fucking ran pretty hard today. Might get a little overbought. It's already up like 4.5%. There's a little less positioning above 65. Like 65 was the easier part of the move. It might struggle a little more getting higher. What happened to Stefan? I don't know. He's still in the Discord. I made 300 today, but lost 500 yesterday. Power hour. Moonwind's a pigeon whale. He's still here. He just doesn't talk as much anymore. I'm not saying Jimmy can't do things, but nothing has justified the potential. So as of right now, the company has no long-term growth potential. Yeah, that's accurate. That's one of the reasons I sold. There was a bearish engulfing candle that broke the anchored VWAP channel and volume decreased by a factor greater than the Zimijewski value. So Jimmy is officially dead. That sounds accurate as fuck. Nice. Did you write? Can you write that up on a Yahoo Finance chart for me, so I can steal your DD? Beyond's not off, Reg Show. When did you buy those BNED October calls? I don't remember. I'm not a TA wizard, Gherk. This is just a stream of consciousness. Also look back at some old TA and I found this gem. CERN equals commodity equals commode equals toilet is to puts equals pront. Oh shit. Have you ever thought about a career as an analyst? I cried when I watched Signs. His lungs were closed, so no poison got in. What a terrible fucking movie that was. Let's see, where does Delta go negative? Because we're getting really fucking close. 32.12. 33.12. Sorry. At $2,600 and a $31 basis cost, I managed to get out at 49. Man, this time I am fine. No need to wait another 3 years. Nice. FFIE was 4 cents last Friday. It's $1.54 now. That's MOASS. I don't care. Stop trying to pump and dump your penny stock. Does anything look good for an OPEX run, or did everything just play out this week? I think everything just ran this week, right? I mean, almost everything's blown out. Nothing looks particularly good. Pepino, I miss you, buddy. I know, but you betrayed me. You betrayed me because Fluffy timed you out. The worst reason for leaving my side. I know we had an open relationship, but we always said we'd find each other in the end. Where's Fluffy at? I don't know. I don't own a single share. Just interesting. Any chance of another major shorting of GME to drop the price? Or are we just expecting the price to get ground down over the next week? No. The price can't drop too fast because of that wall of gamma, right? So we have to get over that. If you look at the charts I posted last night, that hump, once we get to the backside of that hump in gamma, then we can fall really fast. But if we fall too fast and IV spikes, we'll get dragged to the upside as Vega gets hedged. So IV needs to be crushed out really slowly, and then as we slowly droop and fall over the top of that hump in gamma, boom, then we can drop like a rock. DFE tweets every 30 minutes, Philly Mike. We know. I didn't ban Fluffy. What, in your opinion, is a fair price for GME so I can rebuy for long term again? Ugh. Maybe like $2 billion market cap. 2.3. This like to viewers ratio is disappointing, but not surprising. Raider Bow, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. No, Beyond is an off-reg show. It's still very much on-reg show. This is an interesting thing going on here. Bears are kind of winning a bit. They gotta pump this, right? Like, bulls need to come in here and do something. Hmm. 5307. Back to 5300. I guess that could make sense. There's enough interest at 5300 that we could pull back to it. Starting to fail on the longer term time frame a little here too. Yes, moving to fail the all-time high again. Or well, the prior all-time high. Curious. I think I was naughty and banned from the Discord. It won't let me join. It's possible that you were. What was your Discord name? I meant on the intraday popcorn. God. Ooh, I don't like that. Is your Discord name Taco Woo? No, not necessarily fall to 5300, but it could. I would say 5307, 06 is supportive, and then after that, 5300. A lot of the out of the money calls have closed. Raider Bow 9025. Let's see. Breaking server rules. Turn it into a trial. All right. Usually have to do something pretty fucked up to get banned. Or aggravate me at the wrong time. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you aggravated me at the wrong time. So you were unbanned. I aggravate you all of the time. Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. So I've already covered this, but are the tips on Beyond still crossed? They are not. They have uncrossed. We did cover this. Which I don't like. That doesn't mean it can't like bounce again. It could, right? But I don't like it. Also, Ivy's getting crushed way too hard with all the fucking short strangling going on. Hmm. Do you think it's a bad time to buy calls? On what? What happened to Han? She went back to school. She pops in every once in a while and says hi. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Charm. Negative. Where are the SPX bulls? I don't know. They're not as aggressively buying the dip as you'd think they would be. They also took a lot of profits back here on both of these tops, which weakened their positioning a little bit. Charm on the intraday is negative, so the MM's pushing down a little bit. And we have support at 53.15, but not a ton of it. I think any downside we get's still going to be pretty grindy though. A loss of 53.12 would open up a bigger move to the downside, but that seems to be at least a little unlikely right now. We're gonna sit here and pretend that GoEV volatility isn't picking up. I mean, it is. Ooh, maybe GoEV could have a interesting OPEX. I wonder how much of the short vol at 350 falls off. It didn't run during the meme frenzy. GoEV is a DFV play? What? When? Beyond Ivy is crushing. It's not fully crushed out yet, but it is not doing great. I don't care about FFIE at all. Don't ask me about it. Gherk, how's your gym workouts going? I've not been here for a long time. Are you in shape? Not at all. I thought you mentioned you would be looking for choice buying opportunities in emerging markets this year. Do you still have this perspective? Yeah, I do. Ah, bastard. Okay. Maybe I do want to just stop out there. Is that a bump in Delta? Not a substantial one. Where can we run to clear of 16? Back to 25? That would be dope. We'll just flip this long. Along the call. Let's see which one. Yeah, I'm out of Beyond. Do you think Beyond could do a little OPEX? Maybe. Some of the short calls are definitely going to fall off tomorrow. I'm moving a big of my 401k back to money markets and bonds at end of day. Do with this info what you will. It's been a while. I've been lurking and dealing with personal stuff. What's up, man? Roaring Kitty made a Goosebumps tweet, and you were just talking about Goosebumps yesterday. Coincidence or chance? There's no coincidence when it comes to R.L. Stine. The man literally can't write foreshadowing. No, I still have my leaps. DFE also tweeted that there's no coincidences shortly after. If he tweets about centaurs, I'm doubling my position in beat. Last one was confirming he is real. I swear he's here right now. Funny. If you had to choose one, Goosebumps or Animorphs? Neither. They both sucked. Terrible scholastic literature. Whose Twitter posts less relevant tweets? DFE or RC? Oh, RC, without a doubt. RC has never posted anything relevant on Twitter ever. Tiny Toons or Animaniacs? I mean, Animaniacs is like the pinnacle of all Warner Brothers animation, actually. Not true. He posted that shopping cart full of bags once. How dare you dismiss RC's pirate and fire emoji? How could I? Dexter's Lab was pretty good. Are you Brain and Dork is Pinky? No. No. Popcorn's Pinky. Narf. Making money in this choppy bullshit is so slow and boring. Maybe the Bulls will get a big breakout here. Squeeze off some of the short calls. Looks like they're giving out some oomph. A little bit of elbow grease. Did you ever fall asleep watching Nick at night? Probably. Would you agree that Avatar is one of the best animated TV shows of all time? I don't think I've ever seen it. I'd love to see a DFV post a video that includes a screencast from your screen, casting you in a positive light. That's a bit of a big ask. AJ has bear calls at 53.35. So we're going to close at 53.40. Excellent. Thank you, Marpo. I've been trying to find a beaten down mega cap to catch a rebound. Wondering if Intel might finally turn around to 40. I know you're not a fan, but thoughts on medium term hold at this price? Oh man, if they could ever guide something positive, maybe, but I'm not a huge fan. I'd almost rather go long Boeing. Also, like the potential gains on Intel kind of suck. Oh, you know what might be doing well? Yeah, O's rebounding pretty nicely. So is Extra Space. Hmm. Anybody still long Humano? What a weird gap. What's the significance of the 5340 ES big battle there? I don't really think there is one. I think we're just running out of like market maker hedge on the upside move. I mean, above gamma max on the weekly, the market maker's basically not hedging any more delta or gamma, right? Um, 'Cause most of the gamma that exists on the chain is on the SPXW. And then you start getting above Vega neutral, and the MM starts to go long those short puts. Does Gary look good to keep grinding up, or is there liquidity to short it back down? Um, there's a little bit of liquidity. I don't think the liquidity is a big issue. Did I get a shitty fill on that? Oh, that's not bad at all. Okay, cool. Big sell off. Interesting. bull trap or bear trap? Questions. Bit bearish. Hmm. Is the stream down again? No, it's up and running. That was weird. you were to still enter cat, would you buy farther dated than 517? Only part of the position was for 517. But yeah, probably. Maybe end of month. You re-entered the gold play? No, I just averaged down. Hmm. Interesting. Draw down here. That doesn't look great though. That's a little supportive. Okay, so maybe I'll just stay long on these. See where it shakes out. What happened to my GME chart? It's still there. Wait a minute. What do you expect out of PC? Do you expect bulls will just stair step this up until then? That's possible. That's end of month. PCE should be slightly down though, based on CPI, PPI. It should be at like 2.5, 2.8. I'll have to look at gas prices. So I know oil prices have been down a little bit, but gas hasn't necessarily. I don't know if I like that. Well, so we can break 60. It's got some room to run. What? Oh. Bulls are still kind of struggling to get a leg up here. I'm not sure if that's really going to turn around for them either. Sorry, I'm just mirroring over some swings into the margin account on this, so I don't have to manage it so much. Bulls are like 53.22-ish, don't they? No, they have positive delta right now. They're not even in a bad spot. They're just having a hard time breaking up above 53.20, which is kind of a weak point. If they get above 53.20, we can test 30. It's just a bit of a struggle to get over the hump. They're not pushing very aggressively. But maybe that'll change. Cat. Wait, right? Let's see. All right. Any important prices for Beyond to stay above 7? 750. There's short calls at both strikes. What do you think of me short straddling UGI at 25 for the last 2 months? It's weird, but it worked for me. Okay, that's reasonable. You own the underlying, right? So you're just collecting the dividend and theta. Usually a pretty illiquid options chain, though. You gotta be careful with your fills. What was the news for cat dumps? There wasn't any. No. Cat's still below risk. So, yes, or it needs a new entry. But it opened below risk. Sold Jimmy Leaps yesterday, 1,000% up. Bought 35s an hour ago. Let's bounce. When SPX is not supportive of oil stocks when oil is up, is this evidence of short interest? Not necessarily. Oil's not up that much. Just selling or re-entering each leg as it bounces around. Yeah, that's reasonable. There's a strategy there. You just like, you long things in like a long-term growth trend, right? You can long the underlying and then short calls, short puts just outside of the channel, right, over time. You can kind of compound your gains by increasing your leverage that way. $348 looks like the bounce spot on it. Let's see. Keep shedding delta every time we bounce here. That's just weird. Let's see. Positioning changing at all? Probably losing out of the money calls. Yeah, a little bit at 30, 35, 40. Losing some in the money calls at 5,300 too, which is not helping the upside. All right. Ooh, that's nice. Jeez, these are fucking overpriced. Ouch. That sold off pretty hard. DFE's newest tweet is a confirmation that he's watching the stream currently. Why? Oh shit. This is crazy. What a giant jump. What happened there? That's a lot of ES volume. Yeah. Maybe getting some de-risking. That was nuts. Quick, too. Big spike in vol. You said a few minutes ago that he's just shitposting, and then you sends one saying he's just shitposting. What happened there is that I bought a call. Oh, nice. Today has been odd. Well, it is SLD. But again, the MM should absorb any of these big sell-offs like that. Where's our V? Ooh, Delta's going negative. Well, let me make sure there wasn't some news or something. Fed Master? That was at noon. That was 20 minutes ago. Fiscal path not sustainable. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Master getting kind of hawkish. Don't use me as your conduit for stupid DFV questions. Peruvian bull? That guy's a moron. Just big red candle for funsies. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Interesting spot to drop to, though. Testing 305. What signal? He's just making shit up to drive, like, interaction on Twitter. He doesn't have any fucking insight. He's like a fucking economics community college major. Tell DFV to tweet something specific, look deep into the camera, and just tell him, assuming there's 100% certainty that an American major financial institution, a GSIB, will go under in the next 12 months, which one would you say it would be? I think most of the GSIBs are pretty well insulated. But if I had to pick one, Citigroup or Deutsche? Why UBS? GME needs 34 or 40. 34 still puts it right, kind of right in the middle of that gamma vega saddle, right? 40 starts to lift it out and Ivy will accelerate, but 34 protects it from the downside. Did this fall below support or gonna V? It could V. Gotta get back over 53.15, but calls got really cheap. So I'm sure people over leverage them. What's the pad that you use to draw stuff? I don't even know what it's called. I've scratched off the part. I've scratched off the part that had the name. It's just like some shitty Amazon tablet that I bought. $34 is the final option strike until they added the most recent ones. That's correct. There's probably short puts pulling back. Don't forget that we are still in SLD. It's just that MM can absorb a lot of the sell-off. So when people start to de-risk positions that require a lot of margin, the MM's just gonna like buy that dip. I know you don't want to get conspiratorial, but do you think it's weird that there are about 10 posts a second being spammed on r/Roaring Kitty, pumping penny stocks, sowing a narrative? No, that sounds like the internet. I don't own any Apple stock. I haven't owned Apple in a long time. Hmm. Delta's still negative here. Need to get back above 53.12. Yeah. GME might break view up. It's trying to. Inverse head and shoulders on SPX. All I'm saying is DV has a current up-to-date thesis about GME. Instead of just telling people to be bullish on the stock through memes, show your work. What's wrong with just being... What if there isn't a thesis? What if he's just long the options? Right? I mean, here, think about this, right? Friday rolls around. DFU looks at the options chain. The $20 and $25 call. are just sold to fuck, right? We're sitting at 17 bucks. Whatever it was, 17 something. Okay. Now, so you want to pick up like 20k calls. 20 and 25, right? So you pick them up and you start to push the gamma up at spot. And then your DFE, so you fucking tweet about it over the weekend and see what happens. Then in the pre-market, Monday, fucking absolute degenerates buying on the European exchange and ATSs all over the globe are pumping the fuck out of it in pre-market, and it pushes up above 25, right? Now the has to start delta hedging this on both of these contracts, right? And so they start buying in the pre-market too. And everything's gapping up because you're in the pre-market and the bid ask is wide as fuck. And then you just go. Right? There's no stopping it after that. It's not manipulation. It's just fucking, it's just, you like the stock, right? It was really obvious what Shortvol was trying to do going into Friday. They were trying to crush the run, and they were winning, right? Into the end of the day, Friday, they were winning. And then Monday, you open at, what was it, 26? And Shortvol's got to do something, right? Because their fucking positions are getting blown up, so they sell the 40. And they sell the 60 because those are, well, they sell the 30 for the 40 and the 60 because these are the only available strikes out of the money with any liquidity. But the MM's still hedging this, and volatility is rising. These positions all have a lot of Vega because they don't expire anytime soon, right? And so that Vega acts as a multiplier on the IV. So, if the MM's hedging 10,000 delta, right, and Vega's, the Vega on the position's like let's say it's like 1.25, right? And then IV goes up 100%. They gotta hedge that 2,500% increase in delta, right? The narrative he seems to be pushing was that he still has a plan, was still long. Someone with that big of a following is held to a tighter standard. They're held to no standard, as a matter of fact, at all. You want them to be held to a tighter standard, but that's your own deal, right? That has nothing to do with them. But that's just the market. Anytime something moves, tens of thousands of people lose money and, tens of thousands of people make money. Well, not usually. Like 8 institutions and 1,000 people. OBV, don't lie. This ends only one way. Just win is the question. What? What's the best way to trade the rich getting richer and everyone else getting poorer in perpetuity? Own assets? I don't care about the moving averages on Citibank. Bulls aren't doing great here. Vol keeps moving out. GME's not doing that well either. Although it does have an uptrend. A little bit of one. That's very interesting. Why no cut SPX call? Because I still think that I could bounce it. De-risking though? Scary stuff. Yeah, it is. That's okay, AJ. I'm just gonna ban you from the Discord. I think that's the easiest solution. I asked everyone in the option channel about it, and they also agreed. Through all the nonsense, you generally explain what you're doing or what the play is. You're bullish or bearish on something. Okay. I mean, I know, but he doesn't need to do that. That's the thing. Is like it doesn't matter. Inverse AJ once. It gave me enough money from a bot to a person to go from a bot to a person Was there cat news today? Seems like a pretty big drop. Interestingly, no. No, I haven't seen any significant news on cat at all. I'm not saying he needs to do that, but I think he should. It's the right thing to do. If people are going to listen to someone, they should explain why they are doing what they are doing. Maybe it's naive, but I mean, I don't think, you know, and I watched DFE back in the day. You know, he was like, "This is what I'm doing," right? And fucking, he didn't. He gave reasons, right? Like why he was long, but that's because people were attacking him and making him defend it, right? He doesn't have to defend shit here. You can just say I'm long, right? It fucking doesn't matter why. It's pretty obvious why, right? Probably peace talks in the Middle East. Cap provides a lot of equipment for them. Hmm. What are decent dividend stocks to have and to enter after the market crash? I don't know. Have you tried doing research? Ryan Cohen doesn't always explain his moves either. Is it a legalese reason? No, he doesn't. Ryan Cohen just doesn't make any moves. It's- you're looking for depth in a very shallow pond. That's the flaw of playing 4D chess. You have one person playing normal chess and the other person playing in one dimension. Deer downgraded their forward guidance. Oh, interesting. That should be bullish as fuck for Cat. Cat didn't downgrade theirs. They don't even have the same model. I didn't know Deer had earnings today. Cat rents all their equipment. This is a cheaper entry, yeah. They downgraded due to crop prices dropping. Oh no. This is like an excuse to short Cat. That's fine. Cohen thinks he's playing 4D chess, but really he's playing ketamine checkers with his poodle at a Miami pool bar. That's because Cat doesn't have to make all their money selling DRM to farmers who just want to listen to Billy Ray while they till the soil. RC and the board keep buying. I mean, most of the board members own fewer shares than I did at my peak. So, I mean, that doesn't breed a lot of confidence. They're also paid in equity. So, how much of it is them buying and how much of it is them just getting paid? I'm about to test 5,300 here. It's possible. I assume bulls will try to turn this around, but they really haven't been doing a great job. I don't know. Charm's pretty negative. They need to get it back above 53.10. But if they, I mean, 53.10 is just not that far away, right? And if they bounce it back above 53.10, then they can probably get it back above 53.15. And if they do, it'll run up the wall of calls to the upside again. They probably want to stay away from 5300 because there's a lot of short calls there still. A test of 5300 probably means that we could slip 5300, so they'll want to defend before then. Although they failed to defend on this drop, right? Charm's just chewing him up. They got a short VIX first. Yeah. Why did you hold the calls? Because they dropped in one candle when I was doing something else. It means he can finally achieve forward guidance from drug-induced out-of-body experiences. Nice. Yields are kind of bouncing back pretty hard here. Dollar's climbing up a bit against falling euro and pound, yen and yuan. Falls turning up a bit. Huh. Yes, an NQ red on the day. Correlation's turning around. And they're pushing a lot of leverage into the carry trade right now. Weird. Should pick up some more. I'm gonna pick up some more Vega puts. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll be right back. Build another bounce? Jesus Christ. This is fucking weak. You can use TOS with Schwab now. Oh, that's cool. Hmm. Why is volatility demand picking up so quick? Is it just because yields are rocketing? Is this SLD? Yeah, it's just shitty because the market maker is not selling into the de-risking. Hmm. Shrimp gonna survive now that Red Lobster went bankrupt? I don't know. I don't think they were providing Red Lobster with their all-you-can-eat shrimp, though. Hmm. Were you always this cool? Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty much the same. He must be new here. $53.30 end of day. That'd be cool. I'd like that. GME 3540 credit spreads? For what date? Look at the fucking bid ask. They're $1 on $5 of risk. Just dumpies now? So far, yeah. Not enough call buying to turn this around. Bulls don't seem to be doing much. They're kind of just letting it bleed. Hmm. Dork, is this a red candle? It is. Hmm. Did you take profits on AMD? A little bit when we hit the mid PT earlier. Still not really at support on ES. Goldfish and egg salad. Ew. Like the crackers? Like the children's cheddar crackers? Don't they get wet? Mayo-based salads are disgusting. Yeah. It gives a cheesy texture contrast. I add them little by little as I eat it. That's such an involved process for putting fucking goldfish in your egg salad. Mayo-based salads are disgusting. I can kind of tolerate tuna salad with mayo, although I don't make it. I grew up on it. But fucking egg salad and chicken salad are just the nastiest shit ever. What's that stuff they eat with the fucking marshmallows and this and the mayonnaise in it? No one should ever eat an egg that's been boiled to the point that it's hard. Ambrosia. I don't use any white condiment because, gay. Parmesan cheese. Tzatziki. White pepper. Ranch. Comes up on the Beyond channel every day. I wish you guys wouldn't talk to me. Can you explain the interplay between RegShow and CNS, and how a ticker can stay on RegShow for longer than 13 days? What do you mean, how can it stay on RegShow for longer than 13 days? There's no forced covering until 13 days. No, you didn't miss the chewing. I'm still chewing. They don't get that only a single day needs to be covered. Oh. Yeah, get at that weirdly crunchy pizza for me, Daddy. What do you mean weirdly crunchy? It's got the right amount of crisp. Show pie? Well, I've eaten most of it now, but... Where's the pizza from? Prince Street. Go back, you're in New York and it's not square lunch lady pizza. How's the Long Island house situation? Sell yet? No, I'm still having work done on it. Thoughts on the overall housing situation? Houses are overpriced. I would agree that Detroit pizza is close behind New York and Neapolitan, but this is also not Detroit pizza. I've never had deep dish pizza. Is the dish filled with a wheel of cheese and tomatoes? So here, think of it this way: you take a very thin piece of dough and lay it in like one of those cake pans where the sides pop open, and then just pour tomato soup in there, and then like get a brick of mozzarella and just toss that on there, and then throw it in your oven. Boom. Chicago deep dish pizza. If you really want to take it up a notch, you could even pre-bake that thin sheet of dough. I thought the sauce is on top. Also, it's like 75% cheese by volume, right? 80. That sounds disgusting. It is. Yep. It's a foot of butter crust with also a foot thick layer of soup boiled sausage. How's the food in Chinatown in New York City? It's hit or miss. It depends where you go. There's some really good places there, though. If I wasn't getting access, I would unsub right now. That sounds like the kind of thing a person who puts ketchup on his hot dog would say. A, I've never put ketchup on a hot dog in my life. B, you guys put pickles and fucking chunks of tomato on your hot dogs. So don't even fucking get me started on all the nasty shit you guys eat in Chicago. Malort? Ugh. Italian beef? The first time I saw that on a menu, I thought I was being sexually propositioned. Love Malort? No one loves Malort. What the fuck is Papa Murphy's? It's not like lower end Papa John's. Thanks, trash. What do you put in your hot dogs? I either fry them and put cheese on them, or like sauerkraut and sauteed onions. You don't want a little take and bake action? Wait, what? Papa Murphy's is frozen pizza. The whole concept is bizarre. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna look it up. Is this like a thing? What the fuck? Wait. So, so you go to a place and you give them money, and then they give you a uncooked pizza. Yes. A terrible uncooked pizza. That goes without saying. Wait, hold on. Did you get the crustless keto friendly pizza? Because that looks like a Stouffer's TV dinner bin filled with pizza toppings. All right, get ready for it. I've got a business idea for you. Open a pizza place with an oven? It's like Chipotle for pizza, and you bake at home. I've had enough like raw meat at Chipotle that I can tell you sometimes that's necessary. You've never bought a take and bake or par baked pizza? No. The pizzerias I go to cook the fucking pizza. That's what they do. It's a pizzeria. They cook that's like that's their only fucking job. Why would you pay someone to assemble a pizza for you? Yeah, I've been to the industry in the village. It's not quite as good, but it's closer to me. So you can get it one day and make it the next. Oh my god. You know you can reheat pizza. You're so old. What's old fashioned about expecting my pizza to be cooked? Is there some sort of steep discount for having to cook your own fucking food? This is the thing I don't like about Korean barbecue. Except there kind of is a discount with Korean barbecue. Because you can just sit there for 9 hours and not stop eating. It's extra? No, it's more expensive. This is the angriest I've ever been about anything pizza related. Sales tax here is 10.3%. Nothing is cheap. Can you buy it with like food stamps? Because it's not cooked? Like, what's their fucking business model? Take and bake pizza can be bought with food stamps since it's not cooked. So they just open them in like really impoverished areas. Do they have to follow health code? Like they're serving food. Shut the fuck up, AJ. All right? You're Canadian. Your experiences and your opinion mean nothing. They're not real. You're made up. Gherkin is right, Ray. Canadian opinions. Also, fresh is better than frozen, and also I can't make dough very well. It's it's three fucking ingredients. Can you make chat non-Canadian? No, YouTube won't let me restrict payments in Canadian dollars, unfortunately. The hot dog rant and then pizza elitism, yelling at poor people. I'm not yelling at poor people. Poor people should not be eating this shit. This is like a blatant attempt at robbing poor people. Why should Canadians benefit from our beautiful freedom of speech? Why is the SPX so volatile today? How do you feel about Paperhand's Portnoy's take on pizza? I don't know anything about him. When will you start a shorts channel for reviewing food? I think I'm gonna have to. Making the chat subscriber only to avoid the GME nonsense, only to be undone by Papa Murphy's take and bake pizza business model. It's who's giving these people their money willingly? You could buy a frozen pizza. I'm looking at their prices too. You could buy you could buy like 10 frozen pizzas for the same price as this absolute shit. Just eat frozen pizzas. You can cook them whenever you fucking want. Or make a fucking pizza. That's why you use coupons. What, so you can get a nominal discount on your garbage pizza? I just found out about Papa Murphy's, Mr. Poopy Pants, and I've never been more enraged. Those preservatives will keep you alive longer too. Gherkin, you aren't thinking like a poor. They accept EBT. I already went over that part. Yeah. I asked if their business model was just taking food stamps. Can we do this? How much money do they make? Hold on. Of course, it was started in fucking Vancouver. They make $800 million a year in revenue? The fuck? Can we do this with other food? Like, what about Panda Express? Can we just take, like, raw rice and raw chicken and throw it in a plastic container? You shut your fucking mouth, JC. I like my Papa Murphy's because I like my dough slightly under. Oh, stop! No, no, I'm not gonna read that. I didn't mute the Discord. Do you mean Hamburger Helper? Well, no, you just you take a box of Hamburger Helper, you open it, dry toss the noodles and the seasoning, and then you just put 1 pound of ground beef over the top. close that up, sell it for triple. All right. When are we breaking ground? Let's get started, man. Quit stealing my recipes. I mean, there's really only 500 people in the world that are going to sit here and listen to this shit all day, Gaff. I think their customer base like this, suburbanites choose Target over Walmart because it's not Walmart. They choose Papa Murphy over Frozen because it's not Frozen. It's all about image. It's so disgusting. So you put your raw pizza in your hot fucking car and you drive it home, preheat your oven while it sits on your counter to the temperature, the maximum temperature of your oven, which is insufficient to cook a pizza in. And then you kind of what? I don't. The next part's really tricky. I assume they give it to you on a piece of metal or like a pan. Or you peel your raw pizza off of a sliver of cardboard and get that onto a pan. Kind of take all the ingredients that have bundled up in your pizza bag and spread them back out. Give it a good bake and enjoy that with your family. Oven compatible cardboard pan, even better. So it tastes like paper. No, it doesn't, David P. It doesn't taste good. Yeah, Costco pizza fucking sucks too, Dan. Dancy Queen. But at least they fucking cook it for you and at $3 less a pizza than Papa Murphy's. Costco's undercooked my pizza many times. Let that guy who likes raw pizza know. Nobody out pizzas the Hut. That sounds worse than Dr. K's hamburger pie that may or may not have poisoned his entire family. You know, he popped in the other day. They're not selling pizza, they're selling an experience. What's the experience? Having a pizza artist craft your pizza right before your eyes? I haven't even gotten started on their keto pizzas. They have keto pizzas, right? And so these are fucking pizzas. Well, just the toppings from a pizza put in a cardboard box, and then you take that home and eat it. This isn't a personal chef. EBT must be the entirety of the business model. Yeah, obviously. That's why you never know if you're going to get shot when you go into a Sweet Greens in Brooklyn. What I'm saying is there's an untapped market here if we dress it up a little. What, like pans? This Little Caesars, where I'm from, two guys got stabbed getting their $5 pizzas. Daddy G's premium pizza. We just open a location next to every Papa John's. A taco joint in Mexico City, Tacos El Califa de Leon, got a Michelin star, and Papa Murphy's is selling cold cardboard for 800 million a year. Yeah. I don't know if I want to open up a bunch of Papa Murphy's franchises or outcompete them. Watch a video of the process. No. That's gonna just make me even more angry. I already see what's happening here. I don't need a video to fill it in. Enough about Section 8 pizza. There's nothing New York about the style of pizza that Papa Murphy's serves. Poopy pants. I bet they add sugar to their sauce, without a doubt. Papa Murphy's is Irish pizza. Very unique. Chances of 5320 close. Delta's starting to get back towards positive. Maybe. Still underwater on charm though. It's gonna keep pushing down on price. Unless we can get back above 5312, which we still haven't broken. But that's what power hour is for, right? Nobody in fucking East Harlem has EBT anymore. Have you been to East Harlem? It's like $4,000 a month for an apartment. It's the upper East Side now. It's trendy. Is there a medium elevation East Side? Yeah, Sutton Place. Why don't they make apartments for all of the poor people? We did that already in the 70s. All 8 of the New Yorkers in chat really liked that joke. I know. What's a quinceañera? It's like a cotillion, but Mexican. Do you ever watch CNBC to see what they're shilling? No. Have I been to a quinceañera? No. I've been to a cotillion. Was it your cotillion? I wish. How many is a cotillion? If you have to ask, you can't afford it. How did you get such broad and deep cultural knowledge? I feel pretty, oh so pretty and witty and bright, and I pity any girl that isn't me tonight. Yeah, I know when they happen, Nadog. It's a Spanish Latin American celebration of a girl's 15th birthday. You don't. Why is everyone defining quinceañera? Just fucking Google it. It is a big deal. I did know a guy in Southern California who owned a quinceañera dress shop, and he made bank. Bro, it's fucking retarded how much the poor spend on their 15-year-old daughter. They need someone to marry her, right? That's the point. You hold the big party, right? And then they get married, and then you don't have to pay for their shit anymore. This year is Dork's Quinceañera. Next year is his bat mitzvah, bar mitzvah. Keeping with the gender themes. I don't think you understand the cultural nuance of Latin American world, Gherk. I don't think you do either, Ohio man. I went to one where the dad rented a taco bicycle stand. The Al Pastor went fast. No, bat mitzvah is correct. Dork's a boy. I've seen his penis. He just likes to get dressed up. No, Dork's birthday was last Friday. You will never unsheath my sword. Do you think it's a coincidence that Patrick Bateman is one letter off from being the Batman? Hmm. Why are people asking me about GoEV's Power Hour? I'm mad that I didn't get a goodie bag. We'll bring a gift next time. Forget pizza and selling your daughter. Let's make money. Who'd have thought there'd be this much cultural appropriation in a stream led by a Persian centaur pickle? I mean, the Persians' culture is gone, right? So it would actually make the most sense. It was usurped. I went to another place yesterday for some Japanese food, but it was all a bunch of raw fish that I had to take and bake. Oh god. Don't compare Papa Murphy's and sushi, okay? The Persian culture was inside you all along. From CNN today, why we care so much about the Dow, the stock market's dumbest index. Fitting. The Japanese food quip may have made me more mad than the Papa Murphy's. He's a Papa Murphy's fan, so, take it in stride. Does closing above 30 matter? No. Does it need to be 34.40? Yes. What would it take for you to go full bear? Hmm. Yen squeeze? Treasury liquidity crisis. US debt downgrade. A June CPI print of 6.7%. GME under 20 by end of month? It doesn't matter. There's no profit in shorting it. On the same day? No, any one of those. Any thoughts on AMD as we approach their speech and Computex 6.3? I went long AMD last night. Well, this morning. But it's fine. What's wrong with it? It's up it's up a shitload today. Who cares about Computex? People bought calls. None of the news matters. If anybody listened to the news on AMD, it'd be trading at $80. GME, one positive day, 3 negatives. CNS just churning through. Short vol just crushing everything. I could be totally wrong here, but I think the cat bounce has begun. Not yet. Don't get me wrong, that is in fact a bounce. Well, a reversal, but it's a very tiny one. It needs to be more robust. I'll short DFV's GameStop pump and dump attempt, but whoever's buying orange juice futures scares me. Did anybody just like Coco? Have you seen? Your SPX calls alive yet? No, no. They're gonna need to get more in the money. But Delta's starting to try to end up positive. It's okay. The Bulls will bail me out of my bad decision because they made the same bad decision. You know what I mean? Ooh, Delta's positive. Let's go. I fill that gap. No, I've never seen the movie Coco. Are you gonna sell those puts? What puts? I don't own any puts. Oh, I was just looking at that. I didn't sell anyone. I should have sold them. Have you ever eaten frozen orange juice concentrate with a spoon like a pour? No, but when I was a little kid, my grandma would buy frozen orange juice concentrate and put it in like a plastic pitcher. I hated that shit. She would be like, "It's good for you." I doubt it. Yeah, she would just like put the frozen brick in a pitcher and then stir it until it thawed. Sometimes she would like break the brick up with like a knife. Yeah, just with water. My mom did it, added too much water, so it was the worst possible version. So, like, the first time you got it, it was too sweet. The second time the pitcher got filled up from halfway empty, it was fine. And then the third time, it was too watery. Core memory unlocked. How come you forgot to play the Power Hour song? Because I was waiting till it was about 3:10.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
I'll raise you one better. My sister would give her kids Sunny D and tell them it was OJ. Ew. Did they ever have real orange juice? Have you ever had Papa Miguel's pizza? No. Even better than Sunny D, Tang. Tang's something people drank in the 50s and 60s because they wanted to be astronauts. Pretty much all the hotels in Italy use concentrates to make juice for breakfast. But it's not frozen, it's a very viscous, concentrated liquid. It's disgusting. Nothing like authentic Italian citrus juices to wake up to. Whatever happened to Capri Sun? Do they still make that shit? I want to buy some. You guys ever get a Capri Sun for lunch? And you fucking bend the straw trying to pierce that stupid bag? And you're just fucked. You just have a bag of juice you can't drink. the fuck is a Kool-Aid jammer? Are those the little bottles with the twist off tops? They have the little like thing on top that's shaped like this. Now they have big pouches too. The micro Gherk stabbed the straws through the back of the bag and spilled juice everywhere. That's what we just said. Kool-Aid, whatever the fuck she said. Jammers. Little Hug fruit barrels? Oh my god. No, that's a core memory. Holy shit. With the foil caps, those things were the best. It was just pure sugar. Like grape flavored sugar. Dunkaroos were fucking disgusting. It was just frosting and animal crackers. Gushers were amazing. Fruit by the foot was foul. Those barrel jugs would make my throat burn every time. It's because they were like one part water, 1 part sugar, 2 parts citric acid. But they were shelf stable for generations. Clown take from the guy who eats pho every day. Squeeze-Its were the best. How about Airheads? So much sugar they were literally gritty. Barrel hugs were gas. The plastic bottles that had the plastic top you peeled off. They would cut their lips on the little bits of foil you couldn't get off the juice barrel. Listen, I grew up in a house where dessert was dried fruit bars with vegan parents. I didn't have my first gusher until I was 30, and now I'm addicted. Do you ever drink the ice pop juice? Oh, yeah. Yeah. You guys remember those? The fucking, like, just the tubes of plastic? And you'd and you'd freeze them? God, I'm old. Those were called Otter Pops. The fancy ones were. Ice nunchucks. Flintstone push pops. Oh, God. The, like, Ninja Turtle ice cream pops with the bubblegum eyeballs. If you think about that really hard, you're eating a popsicle while chewing bubblegum, which makes no sense. And you have to do them simultaneously because you can't have one and then the other. Are you still in your GME calls? Nah. You know they got rid of the Choco Taco? He brought it up. No, we didn't have bags of milk at school. We just had those like little plastic or like paper containers of milk that would sometimes open into a spout, or sometimes there would just be a piece of paper blocking the spout. The Choco Taco is coming back. It's going to be worse though, right? They got rid of it just to create demand. No, we never had strawberry milk. It was always just chocolate or regular. It was like chocolate, regular, and skim. And if you were late to lunch, you had to drink skim milk. Yeah, like when they changed Coca-Cola. You mean when they got rid of the cocaine and the laudanum? Would you consider GME an attractive investment at this price point? Are you fucking with me right now? GME's trading at like a PE ratio of 1800. Thoughts on GME puts overpriced. Wrong. It's trading at a forecast PE of 3,000. Have you ever milked a cow? No. I've seen a cow get milked. Like I was close by. Chance of another GME pop. Waning. My school's never had Otis Spunkmeyer chocolate chip cookies. We had Libby's. Libby's butter cookies. They were awful. How dare you disparage my mother, JC? Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies. What do you see? A small chance that Bulls run this up to 32.25 before the end of the day. I still had double chocolate Linden's. Oh, maybe it was Linden's cookies. That's the one I'm thinking of. But we didn't have the chocolate ones. We had a separate wing at school for the girls who enjoyed too much Spunkmeyer and had due dates. That's pretty accurate, JC. These bulls are atrocious. So we close at 5,300. Got it? Okay. Did you make 7 figures on shirtless March OPEX day? There was a reason I went shirtless. Oh, that's just a Capri Sun. You ever touch taints with a dolphin? No. Don't try that. You'll get fucked by a dolphin. They're indiscriminate lovers. Bulls really need to risk on a little bit to test 20 or 25. We need to break 5312. And we're running out of time a little bit. I will say they're pushing back on quite a lot of selling and de-risking, right? So it's not an easy path up. GoEV hasn't even broken $3 yet. See anything happening on GME the rest of this week, or just continued step down? I mean, it looks like it's just going to continue to fall. I guess there's a slim chance that we get some kind of volume tomorrow, but I doubt it. I doubt it's going to be that significant. Instead of a waning chance of a GME run, I really want a waxing chance. You're going to have to wait till the next moon cycle. Gibbous? Bring it back. I'm going to catch up on DFV tweets to find out what's going to happen with GME tomorrow. Excellent. I swam with dolphins when I was a kid. They had trained the dolphins to swim up from under you and launch you out of the water. The dolphin missed with me and hit my gentleman's sausage. Ooh, rough. Hold on one second. Oh, lame. VIX isn't moving with SPX. What's up? VIX on delay? I mean, yeah, like kind of always. Huh. Interesting. Charm is extremely negative. We're gonna de-risk the 30s and after hours and negative 15% GME overnight again. Maybe. Curious. Hmm. All these short calls are gonna have to close. This is just open, right? Why is everyone spamming GoEV? It's up like a quarter. Relax. Should I rename myself to the Hamburglar? The Hamburglar Helper. Gherkin, are we gonna jump again? These 9 minutes till expiries aren't gonna pay for themselves. They're gonna buy themselves. How about Meat Misfit? The Hamburglar Helper sounds like I give hand jobs. I am not a Dan. It's not a hand burglar. Hand jobbler. Oh no. Gamma's settling around 5305. Lame. The Bulls were doing so good today, too. They crushed vol more, so at least the Bulls accomplished something. Yep, all that vol shorting, the price is going down. Look at this. Pathetic. Where are most of their sold putties now? Still around 5K? No, no. There's a bunch at, actually. Seems like the majority are at 49.75. 49.50, 5,000, 50.50, 50.75, 5100, 51.25, 51.50, 51.75, and 51.95. 5200 has a lot. So does 5250.
Yeah, they're up from where they were. Hmm. It's a pretty decent amount at 5275 and 5300 too. This upside came at no small cost. What was that? They officially sent transfer outside capital tomorrow. Nice. I can see the finish line just in time. Can barely hold this up anymore. I feel like we'd be lucky if we don't just sell off into close here and lose 5,300. I'm good as negative Vana 5295. Hmm. Fifteen minutes left. $30 bip rip up. I don't think we really have the positioning for it. Hold I hate you, that's all. Thank you, Rims and Tims. What move does Tesla make as a result of the vote tomorrow? What vote? Just your daily reminder, if you're new to the show, cover your significant other's eyes if Gherk is on screen. You weren't new to the show. You knew better. You took your chances. Now that mustache is gone forever. I'm gonna heavily ratio a January soybean back spread so hard. Nice. Are we about to crash? No, I don't think so. Although if we lost 5,300, that would add a little bit of a bearish bias into tomorrow. Curious. How many of its 9 lives did Cat lose today? That's a good question. You know what? Curious. Circuit breaker and a close. No, I don't think so. Ooh. That was a nice bounce. Hey, 15 minutes expiry is kind of fun. Yeah, it is. I'm once again asking for a nonsensical $20 candle straight the fuck up. There's still a bit of call interest at 15. Not much at 20, 25 anymore, though. Jimmy feels doomed at this point. Do you think it's gonna fall bad overnight? Doesn't look great. Yeah, it's starting to get over the top of that gamma. Hmm. Oof. 3210s took all the profits. Ah. Hmm. Is Jimmy being shorted hard, or is it just selling? It's the market maker starting to drop the hedge. Remember that thing I posted last night? As soon as we start to get over 30. Yeah. Or under 30, rather. The Vega starts to fall off, and then the Vega and the Gamma fall off. Once we get below, like, 25. Would cat loops be worth it, or too much theta for the expected move? Oh, probably too much theta. I don't think you need to go nearly that far out. Over for good, or still a chance for future cycles? We won't know until all the dust is settled and the short puts roll off, right? Then we'll have an idea. But until then, I mean, we're not gonna know what's left, right? I was just curious. There was that one guy in the pickle jar who just bought leaps on pickles picks and was profitable. Yes, I mean his strategy is he just buys leaps to defer risk, right? Because he works, so he can't like monitor them. So whatever the position is, long or short, he just gets leaps on it because he can't check them very often. I don't think that's necessary, and much of the time you're probably way overpaying for theta, right? Is it safe to say GME cycles are dead if it remains in R1K? If it stays in the Russell 1000, yeah, it's pretty shitty. Crazy end of day, yeah. Volatile. No, I would not recommend buying puts. The implied volatility on them is way too high, and so is the delta at the money. Puts are not great. Even like bear put spreads kind of suck. Vega puts on GME? No. I mean, shorting the underlying is really risky, though. The returns are better. Damn, we lost 300. Ding ding. That was fucking crazy. That's kind of a big deal. That's a lot of the charm for tomorrow out of the money now. Alright. Let's take a look at what's going on. So GME tips are starting to flatten out and contract. If we go down to the 1 hour, we can see that they're pulling back towards each other in the dying run fashion. Still a long way to go to the downside and a lot of short puts that need to fall off, but definitely declining, at least for now. They may keep the trend over time, but we'll have to see. Tomorrow's T5, Monday's T6 from the bigger parts of the run, so there is some possibility that we still get some volume here. I don't know if it'll be enough to recover the Vegas squeeze. I think that's pretty much too far out of reach now, but we could bounce back to like 34 or 40 one more time before this fully capitulates. I wouldn't say it's completely dead yet, but it is very slowly dying, and it has to. It can't die quickly, because otherwise they, like, if they tried to crash the price back down to like $10 overnight, right? IV would skyrocket, and all of that Vega exposure would need to be hedged. So that's actually not an option, right? It has to be like laid to rest slowly. Otherwise they get the opposite reaction, which happened in February following the like the squeeze in January of 2021, right? They kind of shorted way too hard, and they spiked the vol, and IV stayed really elevated, and then the MM, fucking hedged back all of that delta as IV spiked. So yeah, definitely a possibility that it can still turn around because of that mechanic. But right now it is starting to bleed off, and it's starting to get over that kind of hump of gamma that's been protecting our downside. And if they can softly get us over that without spiking vol, right, and we get back below that $25 level, then the MM can just dump Vega and Gamma willy nilly, and with almost no repercussions. Upstart pulled back today. Looks like it's about done running too. Fubo's just getting shorted. Top isn't really pulling back very much, and that's kind of interesting. That may still have some juice left in it, actually. I don't know if it does, but it might. It's weird that it's not contracting quickly, especially with such a small float. Beyond kind of looks the same. It's failing the trends. I think there's enough covering there, or at least enough short vol coming in that we're not likely to run again until maybe the ETF FTD period. So I would just look for that. It'll have some volatile spikes on days that have more forced covering than other days, but I mean, you can try to play that. I don't like to. GoEV had a pretty nice day today, and it didn't run with the rest of the memes, right? The tips sort of kind of like crossed over back and forth a little bit, but it really hasn't run very hard. So there's still some opportunity on this to have its day in the sun, and that may come post OPEX. It did pull back up towards the $3 strike today, so that short put selling is pressuring the MM up, right? And if they pressure them up enough, they could start to push them through those $3, $3.50, $4 sold calls, and it could get a little bit of momentum behind it. So this one's looking kind of interesting still. May look better post OPEX as some of those short vol positions fall off. Is there anything else really interesting today? I mean, SPX was kind of weird. A little bit of de-risking. We are in the SLD period, but generally, when we're this high above gamma neutral, that de-risking is better supported by the market maker. We really didn't see that today. That may be just because bulls were already so over leveraged that they can't really leverage up every one of these drops in order to protect their positioning. And we got a lot of out of the money bullish positioning that fell off today, right? Like just way too over exuberant. 52, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And we got a lot of profit taking on the in the money shorter dated calls as well because the volatility was picking up. So I don't think this is indicative of anything. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get a lot of downside out of it or something like that. But it is a failure of the high test. And it could get a continuation tomorrow, especially if we open below 5,300, because that's going to be a big chunk of tomorrow's expiring options. That delta and charm, that's going to be working against spot, right? And so if we open below 5,300, bulls are going to have to fight back against that charm decay all fucking day, which they kind of had to in the second part of today. And it's not going well for them. And that gets even worse if we fall below 52.75. So keep those two levels in mind when trading tomorrow. It's going to be pretty important. And trading rejections might be more beneficial than trying to trade bounces if we're in a negative charm situation like that. ES fell back through the all-time high, pretty quickly approaching the 53.13 level. This doesn't really turn bearish unless we lose 5,300. So still quite a bit of a move to the downside for us to fail this breakout, and get a bearish reversal. So I'm not too worried about that right now unless it sells off really hard overnight. Commodities up a little bit today, 30 BPS. Yields actually recovered quite nicely today, as did the dollar. Seems like mostly on the back of the yen dropping and a little bit of weakness in the euro and the pound. but also just a bit higher demand for volatility. Correlation on the 3 month kind of flattened out today, so they weren't really pushing the dispersion very hard on the longer dated volatility positions, but still pushing very hard against the short term ones. Um, and that's it's not uncommon for 3 month, like that 3 month dispersion to stall out, or the 90 days compared to the 30-day. The JPY carry trade leveraged up really fucking hard today, from 800% up to 825. So big move there, actually. And the inversion in the yield curve tightened up quite a bit. We aren't seeing that effect yet on the forward yield of volatility, but you can see it's picking up like a lot of chop, and starting to contract. So if financial conditions do tighten, which they should, because inflation is fucking sky high, then there's a chance that this whole thing, this whole run to the upside, starts to reverse itself on a more significant scale. Bond falls, not really relevant. Tail risk hedging still coming off, but really not at a very fast pace. It seems like most of the tail risk hedging that's falling off is in very small increments. So a lot of institutions still holding on to that tail risk hedge. 76.34% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and actually a little bit of positive correlation coming in today between cash VIX and VIX futures, moving back below -45 to -44.99. Not a big move in positive correlation, but a move the opposite direction nonetheless. And actually, a lot of the points that we were pricing in yesterday on the big move up getting priced out. So we got Fed Fund futures now pricing in 35 points of cuts, which is roughly our kind of our average over the last couple of weeks since the FOMC meeting. And I think a lot of this on the back of today's data, which really was mixed, but not very good if you combine it with yesterday's terrible inflation print and the fact that Japan is hurtling into a deep, deep recession. I didn't mention that today much, but I mentioned it last night a little bit. Japan's annualized growth rate is projected at -2%, and their quarter one preliminary GDP at -0.5, which is fucking terrible. Despite that, the yen actually went up last night, and I think that was more FX action, being yen-intervention from the Ministry of Finance. But obviously that could send their currency spiraling even harder. Building permits today missed, and so that means less supply coming online, especially this period, right? This period for housing supply is very important for mid to end of year housing inflation, right? So if you think about when people generally rent, most people that are moving to somewhere new or renting a property are moving between midsummer, well, let's say early summer to like early fall, right? The vast majority of those people being like families with children, right? And they have kids that are switching schools, and you also have young adults that are moving to new places to attend schools, right? And so that's the big majority of the people moving during that period. And if housing supply dwindles in the spring, that means there's going to be less supply available for when the demand picks up into the back half of summer. And so what you end up with is a little bit higher inflation expectations for housing, because there's going to be simply less supply coming online by end of summer. Has anyone ever had their rent decrease while they're living in their current place? Yeah, I told a landlord one time I was moving after he offered to increase my rent, It was like a 10% bump, and I was like, I'm gonna leave. And then he put the place up for rent for like 20 days and had 0 takers. And then he was like, all right, listen, I'll cut your rent by 500 if you stay. I still left, but he did offer. Thanks, username face. Wait, what? I can do that? No, it wasn't common, but it was just like a private landlord. That'll never happen with a management company or something. He just realized he wasn't going to get like another renter. This was around like 2009, 2010. So that's why, is the market was just dead. I think he went out to go rent the place and realized I was already paying more than like the average market price, which I knew, and that's why I wanted to move. No, I don't rent my house out. I didn't cover cat, but I could. So cat opened below risk today. I didn't really want to take a position because of that. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens here around the trend line. I tried to enter a position towards the end of the day. It does look like it filled. And cat did drop a little bit in after hours, but I think there's decent support at 50. So I'm going to take a small chance that it gets moved back up tomorrow, at least in the early part of the day. That might not happen, but you know, whatever. Can you cover EPAM as well? It looks interesting at 190. I have a bunch of calls on it. If anything worsens with the Ukraine-Russia war, it'll probably go down. Much of its decline in price is due to that risk being priced in. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I'll have write-ups out tonight for everybody. I'll try to remember to cover all of the memes and everything. Thank you so much, and have a great night, everybody. Later.